This Money Monday edition of Wire to Wire as we start off a new race week alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John Giulia. Make that a muddy Money Monday here for the
Oh my gosh,
races.
the triple M's, only you could do that.
All main track card. We're off the turf course, but main track money. And as I mentioned, 9 races on tap here today. All main track card. 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile at 300 yards. Just a bit of a tailwind there for the racing program here today. But cloudy skies. And what happened to summer?
I don't know, but I walked out this morning and I was like, is it September? What is going on? Now it's fall. This is just Mother Nature's way of saying, you, Rachel, shouldn't have said it was going to be summer and dry for the rest of the meet. Yeah, I shouldn't have put my foot in my mouth there because this is what happens when I open my big mouth.
Feels more like Indiana Champions Day than it does Indiana Derby Day coming up next month. But with that said, we've got 9 to look forward to here today. And for the official race day forecast, certainly cloudy skies. But for a closer look, let's check in with the Weather Authority, Fox 59. It's Kendall Wilson joining us here today on Wire to Wire. And that's terrific. Kendall, how are things?
Meteorologist Kendall Wilson here on what is going to be a cooler forecast for our Monday here in central Indiana. Temperatures today only topping out in the low 70s. We will have the chance for a couple of spotty rain showers earlier this afternoon. We're drying things out by the time we hit 4 o'clock.
All right, Kendall, thanks very much.
We make jokes.
First time Kendall joining us on Wire to Wire this season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But Monday, June 22, if you're joining us here on track, welcome. Cloudy skies, and we just saw weather-wise upper 60s, trying to get into the 70-degree range here today. But looking forward to our racing program. We had no live racing here, by the way. Belated Happy Father's Day. I know you celebrated with your pop, and there was no live racing since Thursday. And that day it seemed like Marcelino Pedroza Jr. had a good-looking winner for Tony Granitz. That stable's been warming up, and Who's Your Promise just powered away from them.
Yeah, you know what? I can't. Poor Tony. He just keeps getting scratched off the grass, but he still performs. Congratulations to him on this one. $14 winner you see making the way up.
Yeah, a few chances there.
I mean, when this horse got clear, you could tell she wanted it. I mean, look at the way she's running.
Only Vortex Express tailed off, but Who's Your Promise with Marcelino had that Dick Perkins orange rally cap on, and Tony Granitz, another winner here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season.
And he's got a really nice one in the next race, so it's 9:20. So, you know, this is our, he's second in the standings. I mean, like him and Fernando are neck and neck, and he's pulling off $14. And then in race 6, number 3, Tarzana, Brad Cox trainee. The Brad Cox trainee with Marcelino aboard pays $9.20. What kind of race was this is what you're probably thinking, but it was a good one.
Burbiana had first run at 3 to 5, going down to the final furlong, but here came Tarzana in the Royal Blue of Godolphin. Brad Cox and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. kind of just lifting them up and past Burbana late to get the victory here. Tarzana on top to take the 6th race of, it was 8 thoroughbred races and 1 quarter horse closer. And that was a good one, by the way, the QHREI Derby final. TW Streaking Cowboy. Boom! Diego Bocanegra just put it to them for Natasha Perez. And I know Martha mentioned it to you. A great interview with Natasha. And all,
Thanks.
You know, all that emotion.
Got to give a shout out to my manager, Martha. Martha knows how busy I am, and I know this is, obviously I would have been able to ask these questions, but Martha is like, Rachel, I know how busy you are. Would you like to know what time the qualifier was? She asked me that earlier in the day, and I was like, yes, can you just tell me so I don't have to look it up? So that saved me like 10 minutes, so thanks, Martha. And plus, she wants to be here so bad, so she watches, and she really loves these people. I mean, the quarter horse people are her people, so very happy to have Martha. And speaking of Martha, she's going to be here this Saturday. I have the day off, so J-Mac's is going to come in on Saturday, but very excited for it's all trials, and we're very excited to have her flying in. We're lucky Martha loves us.
A lot of emotion because you're talking about, the passing.
Yeah, I had to keep Marshmallow there. I had to steal her pony horse because she was going to leave.
Not only that, after the the QHREI Derby final on on Thursday, but Harley Green's passing and all that emotion, and the Harley Green Derby final, and
he never misses. Every time we had those, he was here. He was just wonderful.
All quarter horse card coming up here on Saturday. As Rachel just mentioned, we kick off at 10:45 a.m. This stretch with Monday, of course, today all the way through Thursday cards from 2:10. Saturday, the second of our 6 all quarter horse cards here, kicking off bright and early at 10:45 a.m. on Saturday. We showed you that Tarzana race rewind from Thursday. As I mentioned, that win for Godolphin and all for Brad Cox. Brad Cox, Ricky Giannini, his assistant here at the track in the Hoosier State with a couple of wins here on Thursday's racing program. Free tip sheets, by the way, available.
Speaking
First
of
floor
winners,
OTB. Rachel had 4 on Thursday.
And Jimmy Mac's going to be here Saturday, and he's really good at quarter horse too. And he had 5, right?
He had 5.
Yes, go J Mac. And we got B back today, and he
Things are rolling.
He hit a pick 5 right before he went off on PTO. So we're giving you guys out winners here.
Indiana Derby nominations coming up June 27th. That's this week, so
Closed,
just
June
a few days
27th.
away. Yep, June 27th. Get those nominations in. By the way, congratulations! Yet another Fairgrounds NOLA winter-based horse, Chip Honcho, winning the
I root for my
Ohio
boys.
Derby. Jack Thistledown. That was a good-looking victory under Hope. I mean, the year of Jose Ortiz. I mean, come on. There's
God,
a
is
Eclipse
he not
Award right
having
there.
those?
End of story.
That's how I picked the Kentucky Derby winner. I'm telling you guys, I was like, you know what? It's Jose's
You picked
year.
another Kentucky Derby winner?
I did.
Did you have Golden Temple? Oh.
Well, no, on my tip sheet.
Oh, okay.
But when we were handicapping,
Okay.
I always bet a ton on the Kentucky Derby. And I tell people that too. I'm like, you too many horses and too many options. So I did. I tweeted that out and gave it out to people. I said, you better put some money on Golden Tempo because he's riding better than I ride.
Really good.
So yeah, and the trend has continued since May, and it looks like he's going to be going until the end of the meet.
Who's winning the World Jockey Challenge? Since you're on a roll.
Ooh, I don't know. Probably. I hate to tell you this, so it's probably going to be Panama.
They're the defenders, by the way.
I know because
Yeah, 'cause
Fernando just completely crushed.
Well, it had been.
And wait,
it had
is
been
it Marcelino Panamanian
Marcelino
too?
It'd have been USA, Roddy Prescott, and the guys in the room, and Hanalei, of
Well,
course.
because I had
represents Team
DP.
USA.
Yeah, I had DP.
Micah Meeks.
Yes.
By the way, in the year of the World Cup, the USA performing well. Don't discount Team USA in this World Jockey Challenge. You got Rodney in the room. You got Micah. You've got Hannah
yeah,
Leahy.
Hannah.
This year, Team USA might
We
again.
do
They
have a good
They
shot.
had success, and then it was Team Panama, then Team Puerto Rico. Panama last year. It's June 24th. If you'd like to join us here at the races, just that reminder: the World
A little
Jockey
midweek
Challenge
fun. What are we
coming
known
up.
for? What are we known for here, ladies and
Midweek
gentlemen?
fun.
Midweek fun.
Wednesdays are for winning.
And we not
Free
only have that,
contests.
but we have actually a couple of
Caesars
stakes
course.
races. We have the Nobody Listens and the Checkered Flag handicaps. We're also going to have a $1,000 Horseshoe Legends contest. Remember, instead of the Racing Rachel one, we will have the Horseshoe Legends one. Nobody complains though, because you can win $1,000 in one day.
Back of the net.
Yep. So definitely hit us up Wednesday. It's going to be a really fun day. It's always fun to watch the jockeys get into it, don't you think? They come into the winner's circle and they're super stoked for each other.
I don't know where time is going because that's this week. that's this Wednesday.
I know. I can't believe
So
we're
you're
already
talking about
there.
the nominations for the Indiana Derby closing on June 27th, and here's the World Jockey Challenge. We got that old quarter horse day coming up this Saturday, and then talking about the noms coming out, Indiana Derby Day, that's July 11th, and big card like that, certainly a special post time. Yes, we will. That'll be noon here on July
can't
11th,
believe how
that big
fast
card,
it's
Indiana
going.
Derby Day.
Yeah, I just this morning went to our local radio station, WSVX. Shout out to Johnny there, and we did our little commercial to promote the Indiana Derby. So it's official Indiana Derby promotion time. I did the Indy Now to promote the Indiana Derby already. I recorded that last week.
Is that all hits all the time? What is that?
WSVX, I can't remember, 94.7 I think here in
94.7.
Shelbyville. Aaron's from Shelbyville. He'll tell me
94.7.
in my ear if he knows. Used to be the Giant.
The Giant,
I don't think
94.7.
yes, it is. It's Giant FM. That's it. Good job, Aaron. 32nd running of the Indiana Derby is Saturday, July 11th, you guys. We're going to have a $2,500 handicapping contest. We're going to have a $1,000 hat contest. We have a $3,000 mega bet. We have the cigars to the first 500 who are here. I think the jewelry lady's coming back, the permanent jewelry lady. We're going to have massage chairs, T-shirt tosses. So many racing celebrities are going to be here. Like, I am so blessed that we have such good friends in the horse racing industry. Like Jimmy McInerney, like Matty C, Mr. Matt Carruthers. We've got Dan, FBG Racing. We've got Brian Aragoni. We've got you. We've got me. Alexa was here hanging out.
John the cameraman's done a great
We got
job.
John the cameraman here drinking my favorite V8 energy drink. I've rubbed off on him, which is good. So it's just really going to be a wonderful event, as you guys know, the Indiana Derby. And then it's almost like once you get through that hard date, it's a little, it's kind of coasting through the rest of the meet for us. It's still very busy, but it all leads up to the Indiana Derby.
You know what else we have? Great sponsors.
We do have
We've
great
got
sponsors.
Great sponsors.
I love my sponsors.
Woodford Reserve, talking about Murphy Trailer
I
Sales.
updated it for you. Proud of me?
Terrific customer service and loyalty. I'm following the script.
He's like Ron Burgundy. If I put it on the script, that man says it.
Terrific customer service and loyalty. Since
glass
1984.
case of emotion.
I was in high school at that point.
I bet John's library
to
smells
Madonna.
of rich mahogany and
Hollywood
leather-bound
Hamilton on
books.
Z100. Remember the flamethrower? You don't remember. Okay.
I don't.
765-361-8803. Hollywood Hamilton. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Murphy Trailer Sales. B&H Electric. They've got a location in Shelbyville. You know, I mean, this is really important. I mean, on a serious way, with all ththose storms we've been having, you need a reliable
You do.
company like B&H Electric
You
on
do.
your side.
Because you could, yes, very much need them for sure. Did you see how many touchdowns
I know.
of tornadoes there
I was
were?
watching Max Velocity
I know,
on YouTube.
yeah,
He was
well.
keeping me up to speed.
Yeah, shout out to Greg and Wilson. We love you guys. They're wonderful.
BH-electric.com. Also, Midwest Rancher, they've signed on as a sponsor with racing here. The terrific racing program, 123-day meet at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Cheers to them. They're on the web at MidwestRancher.com. 812-680-4204. They're located at 101 West Laurel Street. That's in Seymour. If you'd like to reach out to them, again, on the web, there it is, MidwestRancher.com. Ross Hubler Ford. Greensburg
Yeah,
is their
baby.
dealership. Just drop that Racing Rachel name, why don't you? I'll tell you that for free. RussHublerFord.com. They're at 812-651-4615. Socials. We've got you covered up and down the map. You can reach out to me. All things history, all things horse racing. You want to talk World Cup? I got you. Back of the net. At John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen, she'll be along during the 6 o'clock hour just to talk about TW Streak and Cowboy, Diego Bocanegra, Natasha Perez after that victory in the Horseshoe Indianapolis QHREI Derby Final, and that was an impressive win. Looking forward to hearing Martha's thoughts and a preview of the quarter horse maiden juvenile over the 300 yards to wrap up our card today. Brian Aragoni, B is back. He's on X. He's never left X, though. But he's just back here
Yeah,
to cover our
yeah.
races. Yeah.
No.
I'm Mr. B Analyst and TrackWise on socials, not only on X but on Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, Instagram, not Instagram.
There's the horse name.
Instagram, yeah. YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis
So
Racing.
you total excuse for that one.
Yes. 29 minutes away from the first of the day. We started off this morning, woke up, the track was sloppy. We knew we were going to be off the turf, and I know Rachel was right on that insofar as social media goes on X. I waited to come to the track, took a look, thought, okay, here we are, muddy as we get closer to post time, but it remains an all-main track car.
Yeah,
with
if
9
it was
on
sunny,
tap.
Tony would have it ready to go
Yeah,
and fast
100%.
probably. But
That's what he
with this
does.
cool, crisp
That's what Tony
weather,
does.
that's what Tony's
Fantastic.
good at. But this cool, crisp weather is not helping him out any.
Upper 60s, by the way, cloudy skies. So, and really a light tailwind through the home stretch for the racers here today with 9 on tap. Quick commercial break here on this Muddy Monday edition. What is it again? I almost got through it.
Muddy
Monday.
That's right. Bye.
Take 2. Muddy Monday.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Happy Monday to you and yours. It's the B Block here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, an all-main track Monday here. Muddy Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis is coined by the one and only John G. Dooley. Let's take a look at these first 5 races. I put together a little bit of a ticket. Now, throw the morning lines off. When you switch surfaces, you don't get updated morning lines. A lot of the morning lines are off. But if you were looking at the lines today, I think today is a day of long shots. I think we could see some prices come home to score. Now, they're going to be bet down. There's a lot of scratches out of a couple of races in which we had some surface changes. But when I went through this card, I thought there was horses that you could make a case for some very long-priced odds throughout today's card. Not only on the races that were off the turf, also on the races that were always on the main track in here as well. So I think this is kind of a unique card where there could be gold in the hills, despite maybe not having the biggest fields per se. We kick it off with a 7-horse field, now just about a half hour away here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No scratches or changes. And I'm going to begin with a little bit of upset cases right in this first opening race with using the 3, 5, and 6. 12-1 on El Dandi, Israel Osvito. Serpa going to be calling the shots in here for this 4-year-old. Gray by Daredevil. My grandma used to always say, and I'm not even sure if grandma said it. I think that's just part of the phrase, but bet a gray on a rainy day. Could be the case in here. Daredevil, 2 for 20, doesn't always love to win. Is a little bit camera shy, but both wins did come on a fast main track. Only 0 for 1 on a sloppy surface, which we'll have today or officially listed as muddy, but ran second. And this is a speed play. Speed all day. Turf to dirt, came in off of a long layoff over at Mountaineer, couldn't see it out on the turf, did duel through some fast fractions, and I think today we'll see how the track plays, but usually when it's drying out, you want to be near the front end. El Dandi should be just that, currently 10-1 on the board. Then I'm also going to use the 5 as well as the 6. How about Bob Klein and Real Naughty? Joe Ramos, 6-year-old in here by Congrats. An 11-time winner, finds a great spot. 11-time winner. That doesn't happen very often. All 11 wins have come over the last 2 years. In fact, took until the age of 4 to get that elusive first victory, and then they've come in bunches since then. Likes to be speed, likes to be on the lead, has one way to go, right to the front end, should be fresh, has shown route speed, the sprint speed yet to be determined, but I think they'll sit just off of El Dandi and should get first run because ultimately Ice Express is going to be coming from the back of the pack and explosively could be any sort as well. I think they're going to be traveling in tandem, but this horse could be ready to rock and roll at first, asking off of a brief freshening. Hasn't been seen since last year. Training over at Thistle Downs. We'll see if Bob Klein and Joe Ramos can get a win in here. 4-1 right now. A very even betting board, 5-2 on the 6 and the 7. We'll play against Ice Express, the Indiana bred, taking on Open Company, but explosively certainly deserves a look for Randy Matthews as well. 3, 5, and 6 in the opener on a Money Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The $1 pick 4, 15% takeout. Been a lot of rage. I don't think it's going to pay $5.80 like the pick 4 payout did at Monmouth yesterday. I think we're going to see potentially some prices today. 3, 5, and 6 in here. I'm going to play against Tap It In for Tim Eggleston and Fernando de la Cruz. They could easily go off favor just as they did a couple of weeks ago on June 2nd. They were bet down to about 7-5 that day and really just didn't take advantage of what I thought was a perfect trip. They've had very good trips under Mitch Merrill the last 2 times. Didn't get the job done with the 2nd and a 3rd. So I'm going to try the 3, 5, and 6 in here. Speedy Spirit, Antonio Duran, Santo Saja, Rancho Monarca in here. This is a sneaky horse. This is a horse that got the maiden breaking score at the maiden special weight level, and then following that tried 2 very nice stakes races, lost to some very good ones last season in Q's Top Notch, as well as Mr. T and Young Angus on closing day in the Indiana Futurity. Probably going a little bit longer than Speedy Spirit wanted to go at least back then, but showed speed, went through some ridiculously fast fractions. I think this horse is sneaky for Rancho Monarca at 20-1 on the morning line, a must-use in here because illegal contact at 3-1. Tap it in is kind of one pace. Illegal contact needs some pace to chase in here for Randy Klopp, and is a play against, in my opinion, at 3-1. And then we'll also use the 5 and the 6 as well. Slam Dunk Justice. This is strictly the horse to beat. I think this horse should be favored and could potentially be a single on a lot of tickets. Rigoberto. I just assured myself the last 6 years that Cipriano Contreras and Manny Esquivel will not be knocking me out of any horizontal tickets, regardless of what they look like on the form. Long layoff, but that jockey-trainer combination, they just win at too high of a rate here. Rigoberto could be any sort. Could run up the track. Wouldn't surprise me if this horse runs dead last, but also if they win at a decent price, 9-2. Hopefully a separator, because we are ultimately playing while using Slam Dunk Justice, playing against Slam Dunk Justice in a sense, playing against your second and third choice clearly in illegal contact and tap it in. The true upsetter in here could be Speedy Spirit, a horse who hasn't been seen all season. Took a little bit longer than maybe they had hoped to get back to the races today, but they find themselves a decent spot if the favorite does not fire. Race number 3, our first off-turf event, scratch 3, 8, 9, and 11. 3, 8, 9, and 11. I think potentially favorite in here could be Great Carrie Lee. I like the way this horse is training for Vicky Oliver. She sent a couple here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's run first and second through 7 tries. Mario Gutierrez, he's bringing his talents and services just a couple hours down the road here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He had a win or two this weekend over at Churchill Downs. I think Great Carrie Lee has been training well on the dirt. I like what I see in some of those workouts over at Keeneland. While there may be question marks on the dirt, I really don't think there are. I know this horse is training well and getting over the ground very well over at Keeneland. The distance is yet to be determined, but we'll see if Great Carrie Lee can find the lead and find the winner's circle in a group that frankly just hasn't shown much ability to dig down deep when it's all said and done. Now, Scarce is a horse that I'm using. This is a horse that was a play against for me on the turf. I didn't like the switch to the turf at all, but with the surface change, I think Scarce probably moves up the most. Joe Ramos, Whitworth Beckman. Beckman hasn't been sending junk to Horseshoe Indianapolis by any means. He's winning at 43%. Now, first-time turf numbers, they're not great over at the Beckman barn. I think they're below 10%. Turf overall is a little bit less or significantly less than the dirt as well. But with that surface change, Horseshoe's kind of ran against tougher competition, gets some class relief today. Was favored over at Churchill last time in a sloppy racetrack. Ran third, but that's a little bit misleading. They beat home 8 other horses in there. So I think Scarce moves up the most on the dirt in here, but was a play against for me if they were going to try the turf today. 1 and 7 in race 3. Race 4 kicks off today's Late Fire 5, both early and Late Fire 5 is the lowest takeout in the entire country today at 11.99% takeout. Scratch the 3 Hollowed Hall as well as the 5 Campaign Promises. I'm going to go to just the 2 and the 7. I'm going to use just the 2 horses I like most in here, playing against Bourbon and Spice for Ed Moger, Summer Pauly. They have been red hot as of late, but I think they have met their match in here with Eric Foster and Creative Quality, a horse who doesn't love to win all the time. 2 for 14. Certainly took a while to get through that non-winners of 2 condition, has been at this non-winners of 2 condition for some time after winning back-to-back races. They've tried a little bit of everything. They've tried route races. They've tried synthetic races. Likes to be near the lead. I think Micah Meeks can get this horse out front if they are fit enough off of the layoff. They've been training consistently over at Ellis. I think Creative Quality deserves a long chance. Kind of a unique journey this horse has been on this season in preparation. Trained, had a couple of published workouts over at Turfway Park, then went over to Keeneland for a published workout, didn't run here, but had a published workout at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and then I'm not sure if it's condition book related or whatnot, shipped over to Ellis Park to start training there and had 2 published workouts there. Now ships back in for Creative Quality. Hopefully they found the spot that they like and feel that they can be successful in. And then City Prayer is a horse who brings in a 2-race winning streak, has taken advantage of beautiful trips under Evan Roman the last 2 times. He'll be aboard again today, the Indiana bred against Open Company. I think City Prayers deserves a long look. 5 wins from 17 starts. A win machine puts that winning streak on the line today as they go for the hat trick of wins against Open Company, kicking off today's Late Fire 5. 2-7 as we roll into an off-turf event in the 5th. Scratch 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10 out of this event. I like long shots in here, up and down. At least from a morning line perspective, I like these horses kind of either way. Wankan at 10-1, Marcelino Torres, Crispin. This is a horse who lost to a good horse in Kingsbury Road, a very classy Indiana bred last time out. Chased willingly. I know it was a 5-horse field and it was a strung out field at that, but Wankan ran it very well. Also, the 6 could be any sort. This is a Indiana bred against open company. Bob Dobbs, he knows what he's doing. He's been heating up. Him and his barn have been doing very well recently. They got off to a little bit of a chilly start. And when I say chilly, it wasn't really chilly. They just didn't have that many entered the first 6 weeks of the meet. They've certainly been rolling them out. And with that, not only rolling them out, but rolling out the red carpet right to the winner's circle, winning at 24%. I think it's a unique spot for David's Creed. You can look at it one of two ways: a terrible spot or a confident spot in here. They're running protected. They're half to best of Greeley and Brittany's Golden Face, some very good runners. They've won well. They've shown speed. They're tactical. They don't need the lead, but they've won from both on the lead and off the pace on both surfaces, the turf and in an off-turf event. I think David's Creed is sneaky in this spot, and then the 11 as well. Right on for Joe Davis, Micah Meeks in here. A 4-year-old colt who switches hands, has switched hands plenty. In fact, this horse has been claimed for 20, 30, 8 a couple of times as well. Now switches from Eric Foster over to Joe Davis. Micah Meeks going to be calling the shots for that 5-time winner in here. 1, 6, and 11. A very challenging race kicks off today's Itoba Pick 4 as we're 15 minutes away from the opener. John G. Dooley is going to give us our surface updates as well as those changes and scratches. Sit back, relax, and enjoy a Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded, 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards at 6:15. 2:10 opener under cloudy skies here in town, upper 60s, maybe to reach around 70 degrees. Main track is muddy. We're off the turf. Muddy main track to start. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections. On today's racing program, sprint starts off the 50-cent early pick 5, just covered on the B block on wire to wire. Top of the card, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 7, Ice Express, add 3 pounds to the listed program weight. And then note the 3, El Dandy, is a gelding. No scratches, no rider changes in the first. In the second of our 9, here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. Another sprint on the day. No changes. All 6 run. Race 2 at 2:41. On to the third we go. One of those taken off the turf course. All main track card. The maiden will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 3. How About Abby? 8, Good Conduct. The 9, Argentina Dad. And take out the 11, Marble Arch. Maiden on the main track. There's the new distance, 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 3, 8, 9, and the number 11. On to the fourth we go. From the sprint, take out the 3, Hallowed Hall, and 5, Campaign Promises. There'll be no superfecta wagering. It starts the 50-cent late fire 5. No superfecta. Scratch the 3, Hallowed Hall, and the 5. There'll be no Campaign Promises here. In the fifth race, another off the turf. This will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Here are the starts of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Scratch 2, Right to Win. 7, Passing Judgment. Take out 8, Professor Higgins. Scratch number 9, Gotcha. And 10, Best of All Bosses. Scratch the 2, 7, 8, 9, and the number 10. Number 4, Covert Law, jockey change to Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on the 4, Covert Law. In the 6th race sprint, number 5, Infinite Speed, has been scratched. Scratch number 5, Infinite Speed. No rider changes, no overweights. Program correction, 8, Costly Pass, no Lasix. Disregard the Lasix symbol. No Lasix rate, Costly Pass. Turning to the 7th. One of the 3 taken off the turf course. Made it on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Shuggy. 3, Notable Patience. Take out the number 9. Take out the 10, Buckley Goldwater, and 11 all the time. Scratch the 2-3, the number 10, Buckley Goldwater, and take out 11 all the time. 2, 3, 10, 11 are the non-runners, and a couple of jockey changes. 5, Mr. Landry will be ridden by Victor Lebrun. Victor Lebrun on 5, Mr. Landry, and for number 9, Wandale, that's a jockey change to Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 9, Wandale runs in the maiden. In the 8th race, maiden state bred sprint. Here's scratch number 2. It's the only way to go. And take out 11, Charming Miss Kitty. Scratch 2, it's the only way to go. And 11, Charming Miss Kitty. 2 and 11, both of the non-runners. No rider changes. 1 overweight, number 9, Pacific Mischief, plus 1 pound. And in the 9th, the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. At this hour, muddy, bit of a tailwind. No scratches, all 7 run. 1, El Chico Fuentes, the jockey will be Alberto Serran. Alberto Serran on 1, El Chico Fuentes. 6 pounds over. Number 2, HF Last Kiss, plus 2 pounds. Makes it there now 126. 3, Kiss and Carter, 7 over. The 6, Checkout Liz, plus a pound. And 7, Cat's Bad Habit is 7 over in the finale at 6:15. Horses in the walking ring. All 7 run in the sprint opener. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track is muddy. Again, we're off the turf. Post time 10 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis to start the week. The horses call postward now for the first race. Stepping onto the track for the sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. No scratches, no rider changes. 7 Ice Express, 3 pounds over. 3 El Dandy is a gelding, the number 3. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3. Sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. It's an all main track card today. Main track muddy, we're off the turf course. Muddy track with 3 minutes. 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First up, Santo Sanjor with Say Magnifique. Amir Mendoza, Healing Waters, like Leo Springs, both for John Harron. Simmer Bermudez, Leo Springs coming up. First run of the year for Real Naughty with Joe Ramos. Angel Serpent with El Dandy. Now explosively, Fernando de la Cruz leads with 24 wins here at the meet at 6 furlongs. Stand by. One more. Joseph Romero with Ice Express. Right now explosively, 3-2 the first favorite. 15-1 Ice Express. All 9 races on the main track. Main track muddy to start the card. They're in the gate. Going running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Real Naughty. Right there explosively along with Healing Waters. And here's El Dandy now with a rush. Ice Express in the green jacket is right there too. It's El Dandy making a dash for it with Angel Serpa. El Dandy has taken the top with Real Naughty making a 6-year-old seasonal bow. Second and close up. And Ice Express stalks them from third now at the 3.5. That comes explosively with Toward the Rail Healing Waters. Leo Springs running second to last with just over 3 furlongs left. And Say Magnifique trails here on a muddy track in the Monday opener. The quarter 22.43 seconds around the far turn. Ice Express making a bid. Ice Express is racing outside. El Dandy and Real Naughty between them. And on the outside, Fernando de la Cruz now lights the fuse with Explosively, who's coming with a sweep. And on the far outside, Leo Springs getting into gear. Then Say Magnifique. Half mile in 45.30 seconds. Explosively took the lead from El Dandy. Here come charges from Leo Springs and Healing Waters in tight quarters between horses with Sarah Bermudez. It's Leo Springs. Leo Springs pulls clear near home, and Healing Waters for John Harron 1-2. Leo Springs on top, then Explosively with El Dandy and Say Magnifique past those tired rivals. .110.39 on a muddy track. Unofficial. First of the day, 2-4-6-3. 2 Leo Springs. 5-1 first. 4 Healing Waters. At 8-5 for the John Harron Exacta. First favorite was the runner-up. 2-1 odds on 6 Explosively third. And at 6-1, 3 El Dandy gets into the frame for fourth over Say Magnifique, Ice Express, and Real Naughty. So it's 2-4-6-3, top of a 9-race all-main track card. Leo Springs. Simmer Bermudez gets John Harron on the Monday score sheet at 5-1 odds. The result of the first race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 2, Leo Springs with Sammy Bermudez. Leo Springs, a 5-year-old gray roan gelding by Unbridled Spring, out of Flatter Me Fiona by Flatter. The now 6-time winner, racing for John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds at LC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Leo Springs, leading home with John Harron 1-2 in the sprint. First results in. 2-4 exacta paid $34.80. 50-cent trifecta, 2-4-6, $20.70. El Dandy was 4th. Say Magnifique 5th. The 10-cent superfecta, 2-4-6-3, paid $15.60. In the sprint opener, the favorite, 2nd. All 7 ran. Muddy Track 110.39. 22 minutes away from race 2 in the next dash. There are no changes at all. 6 run, no changes in the next one. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and starts with a $1 early pick 4. Post time slated for 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today on this muddy Monday early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the day. Hope you had a bet on Leo Springs. Going and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Real Naughty, right there explosively, along with Healing Waters. And here's El Dandy now with a rush. Ice Express in the green jacket is right there too. It's El Dandy making a dash for it with Angel Serpa. El Dandy has taken the top, with Real Naughty making a 6-year-old seasonal bow, second and close up, and Ice Express stalks them from third now at the 3.5. That comes explosively with toward the rail Healing Waters. Leo Springs running second to last with just over 3 furlongs left. And Say Magnifique trails here on a muddy track in the Monday opener. The quarter 22.43 seconds around the far turn. Ice Express making a bid. Ice Express is racing outside. El Dandy and Real Naughty between them. And on the outside, Fernando Little Cruz now lights the fuse with Explosively, who's coming with a sweep. And on the front side, Leo Springs getting into gear. Then Say Magnifique. Half mile in 45.30 seconds. Explosively took the lead from El Dandy. Here come charges from Leo Springs and Healing Waters in tight quarters between horses with Sarah Bermudez. It's Leo Springs. Leo Springs pulls clear near home, and Healing Waters for John Harron 1-2. Leo Springs on top, then Explosively with El Dandy and
We're 10 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is an Indiana-bred 3-year-old and up allowance, and they're going 6 furlongs on the Muddy Main track. I know that if we would have had beautiful weather today, my guy, Tony Martinez, would have had it beautiful today, and the track would have been fast, but more rain. We just got a little shower. I think we're good for a while. So let's tuck in here and see what we can find. I think in this kind of, track, we're going to look for front runners and early speed. Later, I thought I could try to find a closer. We'll talk about that later, but right now I'm going to go with the 5 here on top. It's the even money Slam Dunk Justice. Marcelino Pedroza coming off of a double yesterday. And not even favorites. I mean, we've got MP winning a $14 horse and a $9 Brad Cox trainee Thursday. So just write that down. He's a beast, Marcelino. 4-year-old gelding by Harry's Holiday. This one is owned by Steve Lewis and Gennaro Garcia. I don't remember how many years ago it was, but they have been a leading owner in the past. They have some nice horses together, is the point I'm trying to make. Now, Gennaro, a high percentage trainer, obviously I think he's second in the standings right now. He's 18% win clip and 41% in the money. This horse is a leader. This horse wants to be in front. I talk a lot about horses and their mentality. Just as an animal, which is a herd animal, and in every single herd there is a boss, and this guy would be that. As you can see, he has absolutely no problem getting out and going to the lead and everyone following him. Now, he has been 13 of 19 in the money, which is phenomenal. He has an early pace DRF time for a number of 110, which is very impressive. He put up an 80 last time at today's distance and an 81 before that. Now, he ran in the One Smooth Operator and got second, and he was an kind of even effort fourth, putting up an 80 in the William Henry Harrison just on June 3rd. So he's coming back here. He's dropping down back to allowance. He's kind of the easy option. I don't like to pick against favorites just because they're, even money. Now he's gone to 9-5 and everyone's on Rigoberto, who I do like as well. But let's talk about tap it in. First of all, I've been playing a lot of golf lately. If you guys follow me on X, I've got another charity tournament on Friday. And this has got to be, it's all in the hips kind of thing here. Golf nod. 4-year-old gelding has really been close in his last 3. Now, I went back because these last 2 second and third place finishes, those were recent, right? I had to go all the way back to January 8th to find a good speed figure, which was 83 at today's distance, but it was on Poly. This horse is running on mud today and hasn't ran on a wet off track before. So that's a bit of a concern. But I like that he's been close. I like that he's on the inside. I like that he has early speed. He should tuck right in behind Slam Dunk Justice because Slam Dunk has 110 early pace. Tap it in has an early pace number of 100. He breaks really quickly too, which I like, especially on the inside. And Tim Eggleston, the trainer, is 20% when he's the beaten favorite. So, third versus similar. Key's starting third off the layoff. This is a horse that I think has a good shot here, especially on the inside. And then we'll talk about Rigoberto, who's now 7-5. Who bet the farm on Rigoberto? Manny Esquivel up for Sippy. Cipriano Contreras is 31% when his horses go from turf to dirt, which is the case here. This horse ran 3 routes on turf, and he was third by 8.5. Am I going to call that good? No, that was okay. But did win and put up a really nice speed figure on turf on October 6th, and then ended the meet with not much. So this horse has had 8 months off. Love that. Think he needed it. Sippy is not only the co-owner here, but he's a high percentage trainer with a 31% win clip and a 47% in the money. So if we knock out these top 4 tries, which 3 of them are on turf, and we go back to this time last year, so look at these July 8th try, June 17th, June 3rd. Look at these. These are all good. Lit up the superfecta 5 times in a row. 6 times in a row, actually. From April to July 8th. Spotlight rating of 92. I'm getting so into time form because of our deal with DRF and also AI Allen. The numbers for the early pace and the spotlight are so good. He's a mid-pack running style, and he could close into something. I don't know. It's going to be early speed today if since we just got more rain, but I do like Rigoberto on the outside. 5-1-6 as the jockeys are legging up, and horses are headed to the track here for our second race. This is the start of the $1 pick four, early pick four on races 2, 3, 4, and 5. Get your tickets in early. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the second race. This state-bred sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. There are no program changes to pass along. All 6 run. No changes in this. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Sprint starts another rolling double. 50-cent pick 3 and the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track remains labeled muddy. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're now 1 minute away from post time. Start of the $1 early pick 4 at hand. All main track card, main track buddy. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Fernando de la Cruz with tap, tap, tapping in. Irving Moncada, illegal contact coming up. Has joined tap, tap, tapping in. Now Taylor's Moonshine. Amir Mendoza for John Herron going for the early double. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Slam Dunk Justice. Installed as the 6-5 favorite. Two back. Santo Sanjo is Speedy Spirit. At 6 furlongs. 18-1 on Speedy Spirit. One more, Manny Escobar Rigoberto. This will be his 5-year-old seasonal bow. The opener went at 110.39 on this muddy track. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slam Dunk Justice couldn't have broken any better for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Slam Dunk Justice as the 4-year-old speed to lead them through the first furlong. Rid toward the inside, Taylor's Moonshine, second and close up. On the outside, Manny Escobar and Rigoberto making his first run of the year. He joins Taylor's Moonshine to be a joint second, going past the half-mile pole. Legal Contact is now fourth toward the inside. Speedy Spirit in the purple cap leads one. Tap, tap, tapping in is last of the sextet. The quarter for Slam Dunk Justice, 22.54. Slam Dunk Justice spearheads them to 3 out. Tracked by Rigoberto. Illegal Contact starting to gain on the front side for Irving Moncada. Legal Contact is making a bid now outside of Rigoberto. Slam Dunk Justice first past the quarter pole. To the inside, Taylor's Moonshine in a green cap. Then Speedy Spirit up the inside. Tap, tap, tap it in is last. Slam Dunk Justice led for home. Half mile, 45.50 seconds on this muddy track. It's Slam Dunk Justice sticking to his guns for Marcelino. Illegal Contact. Rigoberto running on between horses. Taylor's Moonshine is back into fourth. It's Slam Dunk Justice. Slam Dunk Justice, a gate-to-wire winner by 4 from Illegal Contact. Rigoberto third, and Taylor's Moonshine finished back in fourth. $110.50 after the State Bred Sprint. $110.50 muddy track, unofficial 5-4-6-2. There it is, 5. Slam Dunk Justice at 9-5 takes it out over 4. Illegal Contact, 4-1 second. Rigoberto 5-2 third. That was his 5-year-old seasonal bow. 8-1 on Taylor's Moonshine getting into the frame. Speedy Spirit and tap, tap, tap it in. 5-4-6-2. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Gennaro Garcia. Steve H. Lewis co-owns. 9-5 Slam Dunk Justice, the favorite home on a muddy track at 110.5. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5. Slam Dunk Justice with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Slam Dunk Justice is a 4-year-old bank gelding by Harry's Holiday. Out of the Point Given mare, Fun Given, the now 4-time winner for Steve H. Lewis and trainer Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Slam Dunk Justice. Paid 9-5. 5 for Exacta, paid $18.60. 50-cent trifecta, 5, 4, 6, $15.40. 2 and 5, the opening double, $41.20. Taylor's Moonshine ran 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 5, 4, 6, 2, $26.35. And the State Bred Sprint, favorite first, all 6 ran. Muddy Track, it remains 110.5. 22 minutes away from the third. 103 taken off the turf course, all main track hard. Maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 3, How About Abby? 8, Good Conduct. Take out the 9, Argentina Dad. And 11, Marble Arch. Maiden on the main track. Scratch the 3, 8, 9, and the number 11 from the race card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time, slated for 3:12. Muddy track, they're in the gate. And they're off. Slam Dunk Justice couldn't have broken any better for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Slam Dunk Justice has the 4-year-old speed to lead them through the first furlong. Whip to the inside, Taylor's Moonshine, second and close up. On the outside, Manny Esquivel and Rigoberto making his first run of the year. He joins Taylor's Moonshine to be a joint second, going past the half-mile pole. Legal Contact is now 4th toward the inside. Speedy Spirit in the purple cap leads 1. Tap, tap, tap it in is last of the sextet. The quarter for Slam Dunk Justice, 22.54. Slam Dunk Justice spearheads them to 3 out. Tracked by Rigoberto. Illegal Contact starting to gain on the front side for Irving Moncada. Legal Contact is making a bid now outside of Rigoberto. Slam Dunk Justice first past the quarter pole. To the inside, Taylor's Moonshine in a green cap. Then Speedy Spirit up the inside. Tap, tap, tap it in is last. Slam Dunk Justice led for home. Half mile, 45.50 seconds on this muddy track. It's Slam Dunk Justice sticking to his guns for Marcelino. Illegal Contact. Rigoberto running on between horses. Taylor's Moonshine is back into 4th. It's Slam Dunk Justice. Slam Dunk Justice, a gate-to-wire winner by 4 from Illegal Contact. Rigoberto 3rd, and Taylor's Moonshine finished back in 4th. Muddy. Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Witness explosive speed from the world's fastest athletes during Quarter Horse Stakes Day, Saturday, July 18th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Racing begins at 10:45 a.m., featuring live music, cold drinks, winner's circle promotions, and kids' activities. Bring your family and friends to Horseshoe Indianapolis for Quarter Horse Stakes Day, July 18th, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations at 317-421-0000.
9 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And oh, this one gives me a headache now with the scratches. The 3, 8, 9, and 11 are out. The 7 is the favorite right now at 8-5. But I went with the 4 at 6-1 on top here. Tramontana. This is a tough race, honestly, you guys, because without some of the ones that are out, even there really wasn't a whole lot of off form in this race anyway. But let's just start with the 4 here. Mitchell Merle is aboard, and as of the last few weeks, Mitch has been in fuego. Him, Amir Mendoza, and Alex Achard are the 3 that you need to put a little check by. This is an Eddie Keneally trainee, so this horse coming from Churchill and Keeneland, I think, is going to be very much happy with how easier this group is. This filly is by Practical Joke, so Into Mischief, and then an Indian Charlie Dam, Sue's Sweet Sue. She has 6 winners from 8 starters, so she throws nice babies. Now, obviously the drop in class is what I'm going with here. Was third versus similar after they had brought this one to Indy on May 20th, and it ran on the slop as well and was third. So that was the 2. This horse has never ran on wet dirt and has not ran in Indiana, only at Churchill, with an early pace rating of 111, and has been off for 52 days. Off that kind of layoff, 17% for Eddie Keneally. First time at a true route, went 7 furlongs a couple times, but we're going true 2-turn race today. So a lot switched up for the 3. Now we'll go to Let's Chance It, who I was just talking about. This is a horse that was running Keeneland and Turfway and in Kentucky explicitly, $100,000 races. And then last out comes to Indiana and boom, opens up and gets a third. Now it was only a 6-horse field and a bid for show, but going from races where this horse was getting 11th, and 5th, there's a couple of second place finishes in here that look good, but the closest that this horse has been was here last year in 2025 in Indiana in similar races, except we're going 2 turns today. This is another horse that Let's Chance It, the 2, who has not gone 2 turns before. So going to be interesting for my top 2 selections to see which one likes the 2 turns. Obviously, I think the 4 might like it a little bit more, but I'll take the 2 at 9-2 in my exacta spot. And then the 7 Scarce is who I'm going to round it out for my trifecta, who is the favorite still at 9-5 on the tote board. Scarce gets the Mr. Joe Ramos in the irons. He's a very talented rider, and he's riding here for Whit Beckman. Obviously does well going maiden from this kind of race, this maiden claiming to maiden, which I thought was funny, was a good percentage for him. This horse put up 81 on the slop last time and was third. So everyone sees that slop form right there, I'm sure, and likes it, and is going to be an easier here today in this maiden at Horseshoe Indy. This is another one who's been off for the same kind of layoff as my top selection, 52 days for him. Or for her, I'm sorry. This is a 4-year-old filly by Munnings, Medaglia d'Oro Dam. She did run on that slop last time and did pretty well. So we'll see what happens for her. I think that she's got more of a sit-off and close kind of running style, which I kind of like to see the early speed in these races, but we'll see how it goes after this race. We'll see who what it's favoring, but usually it's definitely cranked for speed. So 5 minutes to race 3 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Obviously, there's no $1 pick 3 for the turf today, and this race will be contested at 1.70 miles on the muddy main track. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for race 3. This one of those taken off the turf course. It's an all main track hard muddy. Maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 3, How About Abby? 8, Good Conduct. 9, Argentina Dad. And 11, Marble Arch. 3, 8, 9, and 11 are the non-runners. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. There's no $1 horseshoe hat-trick all turf pick 3 featured on an all main track card. 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2 minutes time. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the fourth race, race 4, that'll be ahead. Announcing a jockey change for the first time in the next one. Fourth race sprint, number 7, City Prayers, will now be ridden by Amir Mendoza. That jockey change just into us. Fourth race, 7, City Prayers. Make the jockey on the 5-time winner now, Amir Mendoza. That change of rider in the fourth race sprint. Here, less than 1 minute to the maiden. Muddy track. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. With Mario Gutierrez, Great Carrie Lee, the first maiden to move into line. Fernando de la Cruz with Let's Chance It joins Great Carrie Lee. Jane Elliott partners Una Madiba, taking her spot here at 1 mile and 70 yards. Mitch Morrill with Tramontana. Right now 9-5 favorite Tramontana. Joe Ramos with Scarce. Scarce coming up. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., RBG loaded, now Scarce in the purple. One more, Angel Serpa, and 11-time started, Senora Doro. Leo Springs and Slam Dunk Justice, our first 2 winners, all in. They're off. Let's Chance It. Away alertly for Fernando de la Cruz, quickly tackled by Tramontana, who's taken the top for Mitchell Morrill, who leads them into the first turn. And on the outside, Scarce is right there too. The leader is Tramontana. 7 furlongs to run. Tramontana in front of Scarce with Let's Chance It. Third toward the inside, and they're joined by RBG, who's making headway but out deep on this muddy track as the maiden fillies mare go to the back. On the outside, Senora Doro is up into 5th. From toward the inside, Great Carrie Lee, who settled for Mario Gutierrez into this run, and into the hands of Jane Elliott, Una Madiba trails. The opening quarter for Tramontana. 23.90 seconds as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Tramontana shoulders the load in front of Scarce, who's second and close up for Joe Ramos. RBG starts to gain out deep on the track for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. These well grouped. With Fernando de la Cruz, Let's Chance It holds the rail, now at the 3.5. Senora Doro's 5 lengths off this leader, then Great Carrie Lee, and finally Una Madiba. Half mile for Tramontana, leading in even money. 48.25 seconds. The favorite led with inside 3 furlongs to go. With Mitchell Morrill, it's Tramontana who leads coming toward the quarter pole. Let's Chance It now gains second from Scarce. With on the outside, Senora Doro being asked to raise an effort now. Tramontana spins them in. RBG is back into 5th. Great Carrie Lee and Una Madiba yet to pick up on this off track. 3/4 to the longtime leader, Tramontana. 1 minute 12.90 seconds as Let's Chance It is coming with a hard charge on the outside. Let's Chance It for Fernando de la Cruz. Mitchell Morrill and Tramontana toward the rail grudgingly. It's Let's Chance It. Let's Chance It prevails by a half length to Tramontana. Scarce was third, and Senora Doro finished fourth. 142.57 over a muddy track. Unofficial 2-4-7-10 the order. 2, Let's Chance It. 5-1 first over 4, Tramontana. Even money, track down. The 7, Scarce. 7-2 third, and the mare, the 10, Senora Doro, getting into the frame for the Superfecta. 2-4-7-10. Chancelot filly. This was her 11th career start. Let's Chance It. Fernando de la Cruz for Aaron West and breeder Paul King. Let's Chance It. Out to the maiden ranks. The result of the third race official. It's been confirmed by the judges. 2-4-7-10. Let's Chance It. Beat home Tramontana. Scarce. Senora Doro, the mare, was fourth official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 2. Let's Chance It with Fernando de la Cruz. This marking his leading 25th win of the meet. Let's Chance It. 3-year-old bay filly by Chancelot. And a translator by Posse. Aaron and West trains for breeder owner Paul King. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Let's Chance It. Gets off the market her 11th career start. Results in 2-4 exacta, $30.20. 50-cent trifecta paid $19.70. Let's Chance It capped off our first pick 3 featured on the day. 50-cent pick 3, 2 with the 5 with the 2, and even $68. Scarce was third. 50-cent trifecta of 2-4-7 paid $19.70 after the maiden, and the 10-cent superfecta with Senora Doro fourth. 2-4-7-10. 10-cent superfecta returned $11.47. 3, 8, 9, and 11 with the non-runners. Favorite second. 7 ran, 142.57. Muddy track. 18 minutes away from race 4. Next sprint, a sprint co-feature, scratch 3 Hallowed Hall and 5 campaign promises. No superfecta wagering. Scratch 3 and 5, 7 City Prayers. That late jockey change just announced before the maiden. Amir Mendoza rides 7 City Prayers. That announced just a short time ago. Exacta trifecta, double pick 3 starts at the late fire 5. All main track hard, post time 3:41. Two winners all in. They're off. Let's Chance It. Away alertly for Fernando de la Cruz. Quickly tackled by Tramontana, who's taken the top for Mitchell Morrill, who leads them into the first turn. And on the outside, Scarce is right there too. The leader is Tramontana. 7 furlongs to run. Tramontana in front of Scarce with Let's Chance It. Third toward the inside, and they're joined by RBG, who's making headway but out deep on this muddy track as the maiden filly's mare go to the back. On the outside, Senora Doro is up into 5th. From toward the inside, Great Carrie Lee, who settled for Mario Gutierrez into this run, and into the hands of Jane Elliott, Una Madiba trails. The opening quarter for Tramontana. 23.90 seconds as they make this run toward the half-mile pole. Tramontana shoulders the load in front of Scarce, who's second and close up for Joe Ramos. RBG starts to gain out deep on the track for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. These well grouped, with Fernando de la Cruz. Let's Chance It holds the rail, now at the 3.5. Senora Doro's 5 lengths off this leader, then Great Carrie Lee, and finally Uno Madiba. Half mile for Tramontana, leading in even money. 48.25 seconds. The favorite led with inside 3 furlongs to go. With Mitchell Morrill, it's Tramontana who leads coming toward the quarter pole. Let's Chance It now gains second from Scarce. With on the outside, Senora Doro being asked to raise an effort now. Tramontana spins them in. RBG is back into 5th. Great Carrie Lee and Una Madiba yet to pick up on this off track. 3/4 to the longtime leader, Tramontana. 1 minute 12.90 seconds as Let's Chance It is coming with a hard charge on the outside. Let's Chance It for Fernando de la Cruz. Mitchell Morrill and Tramontana toward the rail grudgingly. It's Let's Chance It. Let's Chance It prevails by a half length to Tramontana. Scarce was 3rd and Senora Dunk just. Ladies and gentlemen, for information in the 8th race. Race 8 due at 5:47 in the maiden. Here's a jockey change just in. Race 8. There in the maiden sprint, number 7, Justice on the Rail, will now be ridden by Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Has a win on the card, 24 for the meet. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. will ride 7, Justice on the Rail. That change of jockey in the 8th race, maiden sprint.
The even money favorite has to settle for second place after running on Kentucky Oaks undercard. Ships over to Horseshoe Indianapolis, gets all the late money, but doesn't get the purse money today because that goes to Mr. Aaron West and Fernando de la Cruz. And start number 11 wears down that Kentucky shipper to kick off one of those rolling daily doubles or pick threes. And speaking of kicking things off, we do begin anew with our late Fire 5, 11.99% takeout. We may be off the turf today on a muddy main track, but still plenty of opportunity to take advantage of the nation's lowest takeout. Let's take a look at this field upcoming just a couple of minutes away. Race number 4, and dirt event in here. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. Scratch numbers 3 and 5. Hollowed Hall and Campaign Promises are out of this event. It looks like right now the bettors have really keyed in on Bourbon and Spice off an impressive win on the turf, going turf to dirt for the Red Hot Summer Pauly and Ed Moger Jr. gang in here. But I'm going to go a little bit of a different direction. I'm going to try the outside runner, City Prayers, an Indiana bred who faces open competition in here for the first time in some time. It's been a while since this horse faced open competition, but she brings in a very nice 2-race win streak. She's somewhat of a win machine in her own right. She's 5 for 17 lifetime, and she's going for the hat trick or the pure turkey, whichever one you'd like to prefer, whether it's bowling or hockey, maybe a field goal per se, with 3 wins in a row for City Prayers, who's been well-spaced, been given some time off since May 28th, and has really made quick work of the last 2 fields, both at the N1X and N2X level. 2-back, rode the rail, kind of shifted out and got up just for 1 jump at 10-1. Then was really overlooked again. Didn't take much wagering that day. Went off at nearly 5-1. Broke much sharper. Is feeling very good right now, and she opened up at will, never really taking a deep breath. Now, the waters do get deeper. She takes on open company in here. That was against state-bred competition, but I think she's in very good form right now. The muddy main track is somewhat of an unknown. She has tried it twice, and her best finish is a 3rd-place finish, so we'll see if she gets over the surface in here. But John Herron already ran 1-2 earlier on the day. His barn's been hot lately. We'll see if it will continue in here with City Prayers. The 2 is Creative Quality for Eric Foster. He both owns and trains this 5-year-old chestnut mare who's 2 for 14. She went back-to-back. She got her maiden breaking score at Churchill Downs on a good track, similar to the one we have today, at 15-1, and then she was dismissed again just a couple of weeks later and dominated at, again, 16-1. However, that's the good news. The bad news is that was all the way back in 2024. Since then, she's rattled off 11 consecutive losses, both for Ed Moger Jr. as well as Eric Foster, who is winless since claiming this one for $30,000. Runs protected, though. Confident move. They've given some layoffs, some time off. Staying protected. They don't want to lose her quite yet, despite being unable to finish 3rd or better since the claim. But she's on the toes. She's on the muscle. She certainly looks plenty fit in here, and they're confident. I'm confident. I like that this horse a perfect 1-for-1 over a sloppy surface as well. I think she looks good. The layoff, not a concern for me with Creative Quality, who's trained kind of all over the country. Turfway, Keeneland, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis back in May, and then over at Ellis Park, but she'll get her race in under her belt in here with Creative Quality. On the board right now at 7-2. But the 6 is currently favored, or at least co-favored at this point. It's Bourbon and Spice. Very few in that jocks room have been hotter than Mrs. Summer Pauly. She's been winning not only here but around the country. She's winning at nearly 29%. Her and her agent doing a very nice job picking their spots. This Calbred has been as consistent as they come. She led a long way on debut over at Turfway. Finished 5th, but only beaten by a length. And then she ran a very solid race here at Horseshoe Indy, in which she was on the speed. She was right on the speed. She kind of stayed on willingly. She was in tightly at the top of the lane, but never gave up. Since then, it's continued to go in the right direction. She got a 2nd-place finish in the slop over at Churchill, and she got the maiden breaking score on the turf last time out. Turf to dirt, one of my favorite angles, but taking on winners for the first time is a tall task. The reason I'm playing against Bourbon and Spice a little bit is because this horse is still eligible for non-winners of 2. While City Prayers is a 5-time winner, some of the others in here have had more success in getting their picture taken. So as you can see in our late Fire 5, we're just going to key in on the top 2 selections, play against the favored Bourbon and Spice in here using 2 and 7 in race number 4. Race 5 was originally carded for the turf. Off the turf, we're going to throw in a couple of long shots, and hopefully one of them come home to score. 1, 6, and 11 in here. Do not overlook right on for Joe Davis, nor walk on at 10-1. Alex Crispin going to be aboard. Race number 6, another challenging event, and this one was always carded on the turf, so the morning lines are accurate. I'm going to be using Sambaye King 30-1. Now it's Gennaro Garcia and Amir Mendoza. That jockey-trainer combination has been good all season long, winning at 22%. And Gennaro Garcia on the drop from allowance to claiming wins at 24%. Now, when you add in a layoff, usually I don't like that, a layoff and then a big class drop, it goes up to 27%. That's unusual to me. So layoff and then a big class drop from allowance to claiming 30-1 on the morning line could be a separator. And the only other horse we'll use is Thomas Medina at 15-1 with Practical Justice for the red hot Burgos barn or Burgos team as he hopes to keep pace with Fernando de la Cruz. The riders getting the leg up. The light rain continues to join us here in Shelbyville, but we will kick off the Late Fire 5, rain or shine, 5 minutes away from race 4 at the Shoe.
The horses stepping onto the track. It remains labeled muddy here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race 4 sprint over the 6 furlongs. A field of 5. 3 Hallowed Hall has been scratched. Take out the 5 Campaign Promises. Scratch 3 Hallowed Hall. No Campaign Promises. The 5's a non-runner. 7 City Prayers. Jockey change to Amir Mendoza. Amir Mendoza rides the 5-time winner. Going for a hat-trick of wins at the meet. 7 City Prayers, Amir Mendoza. Exacta trifecta. There's no superfecta wagering here. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent Late Fire 5. It's an all main track card. Main track remains labeled muddy. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Sprint starts the 50-cent late fire 5 on an all main track card. Main track muddy. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Here's Don't Miss Out. Marcelino Pethosa Jr. won our second of the day for Gennaro Garcia with Slam Dunk Justice. First run of the year for Creative Quality with Micah Meeks. Creative Quality join Don't Miss Out. Right now, City Prayers 2-1 favorite. Creative Quality has joined Don't Miss Out in line. Manny Escobar with She's Honed In. 2 back. Summer Pauly with Bourbon and Spice. Last out maiden winner here went on the turf. Muddy Tracker remains in 1 more. Amir Mendoza with City Prayers. All in line. And they're off. City Prayers fast away for Amir Mendoza. Bourbon and Spice finds herself chasing the pace. It's City Prayers. From Bourbon and Spice with an early attack toward the inside. Don't Miss Out. Showing positional pace to track them from third. It's 1 more. She zones in as a blue cap and making her 5-year-old seasonal bow. Creative Quality trails the distaff dash, now being led by Bourbon and Spice, who's taken the lead for Summer Pauly as they enter the turn. Quarter 22.35 seconds. Bourbon and Spice to 3 furlongs from home as Don't Miss Out is gearing up now for Marcelino Pethosa Jr. And following Don't Miss Out, she's honed in with a bid. City Prayers broke sharp. She's now 4th on approach for the quarter pole. And further back to Creative Quality, who's last of the 5 as they turn for home. It's Bourbon and Spice. Don't Miss Out in the red cap. Toward the inside, City Prayers tries to rally on. Half mile, 45.59 seconds. She's honed in. We trail back to Creative Quality. They're deep in the final furlong. City Prayers battles on. Don't Miss Out just has the edge. At Bourbon and Spice between horses. City Prayers. Oh, she's so game for Amir Mendoza. City Prayers makes it a hard fort. Pure hat-trick of wins at the meet, and Amir liked it a lot. It's City Prayers from Bourbon and Spice, and Don't Miss Out. $110.35 after the distaff dash. 110.35 game win for City Prayers. Stand by for the full run order from the judges after the distaff dash, where it was 2-1 on number 7 City Prayers. Amir Mendoza, John Harron doubled on the card. Seconds up to the judges between Bourbon and Spice and Don't Miss Out. Second photo. We trailed back to She's Honed In, and Creative Quality never really picked up on this muddy track, making her first run of the year. Creative Quality trailed throughout the sprint. City Prayers makes it a pure hat-trick of wins here this season. Amir Mendoza, John Harron doubled on the day. 7614. There's the order. First, number 7, City Prayers. Second, number 6, Bourbon and Spice. Third, number 1, Don't Miss Out. Fourth, number 4, She's Honed In. 76142. Returning to the Murphy Traveler Sales Winner's Circle, the 7 City Prayers. Amir Mendoza liked that a lot. City Prayers, a 4-year-old dark Mayor Brown filly by Prayer for Relief. Out of the City Weekend Mare, City Seduction. She's now a 6-time winner. Pure hat trick of wins at the meet for John Harron's Harron Thoroughbreds LLC, a double on the day. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. She was dead game in the sprint today of City Prayers. Result official. 7-6 exacta, paid $18.60. 50-cent pick 3, $22.85, capped off by City Prayers. The 50-cent trifecta, Don't Miss Out, was third, $14.60. 2-7 double, $41.40. There was no superfecta featured. 3 and 5 were non-runners. 5 is starter Oscar Quiros, 110.35, favorite third. 20 minutes away from race 5 in the next. 1 mile and 70 yards. Note the distance. 1 mile, 70 yards. Scratch 2, right to win. 7, Passing Judgment. Take out the 8, Professor Higgins. Scratch 9, Gotcha. And 10, Boss of All Bosses. It's off the turf. 1 mile and 70 yards. Main track muddy. Scratch 2, 7, 8, 9 in the 10. For Covert Law, the jockey Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos rides for Covert Law. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts at the $1 Itoba presented late pick 4. All main track card, post time for the 5th of 9 to start the week off here at 4:10. And they're off. City Prayers fast away from Amir Mendoza. Bourbon and Spice finds herself chasing the pace. It's City Prayers. From Bourbon and Spice with an early attack toward the inside. Don't Miss Out. Showing positional pace to track them from third. It's one more. She zones in as a blue cap and making her 5-year-old seasonal bow. Creative Quality trails the distaff dash, now being led by Bourbon and Spice, who's taken the lead for Summer Pauling as they enter the turn. Quarter 22.35 seconds. Bourbon and Spice to 3 furlongs from home as Don't Miss Out is gearing up now for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. And following Don't Miss Out, she's honed in with a bid. City Prayers broke sharp. She's now 4th on approach for the quarter pole. And further back to Creative Quality, who's last of the 5 as they turn for home. It's Bourbon and Spice. Don't Miss Out in the red cap. Toward the inside, City Prayers tries to rally on. Half mile, 45.59 seconds. She's honed in. We trail back to Creative Quality. They're deep in the final furlong. City Prayers battles on. Don't Miss Out just has the edge. At Bourbon and Spice between horses. City Prayers. Oh, she's so game for Amir Mendoza. City Prayers makes it a hard fort. Pure hat-trick of wins at the meet, and Amir liked it a lot. It's City Prayers from
What a race it was from City Prayers. 3 in a row. Amir Mendoza broke sharp, took back, and a rallying 2-1 winner, 620. Returning there for 3 in a row. The Indiana Brad takes on Open Company, gives John Heron a training double for the day. We'll see if he can get his triple in here coming up shortly. He's got a couple of more opportunities throughout the remainder of the card. We are off the turf, and with that, we kick off the Itoba pick 4 on the all-main track, a mile and 70 yards. And here, do scratch numbers 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10 out of this event. We've got a even money favorite right now in post position number 4, Covert Law, who's not going to make my top 3 selections. I'm going to go a different direction, try and get a little bit of a price. I thought Walken ran very admirably when last seen on the dirt. Now, last race, June 3rd on the turf, not so much to write home about. Needs to make up plenty of lengths on Covert Law, but that was on the turf. This is back on the main track in here, where I thought they chased Kingsbury Road, a classy Indiana bred, throughout. It was a good effort. They tried hard. They broke well. They tracked nicely and continued to stay on and kept trying right through the line. Now on the turf, this is where the horse's lone win did come over at Gulfstream Park on the lead. I'm hopeful they can use that tactical speed that they've shown on the turf and put it to use here on the dirt. Drawing the rail, they've got the shortest way around the racetrack in a race in which I just want to be on the front, see if somebody can get brave, and I expect that's where they'll be. The sire, Malibu Moon, he's produced plenty of winners that can certainly win in the mud, as he was pretty decent himself in the mud as well. So walking 9-2 on the board, I think in with a big upset alert chance, and here he's the horse that I think stands to be the most value. Now, if you're looking for a wild and crazy long shot to provide some separation in the Itoba pick 4, you could look at David's Creed. This is another Indiana bred against Open Company. Now, a few years ago, Indiana horses against open competition in ultra early stood no chance. Lately, they've been going in the right direction. Things have been going well for our breeding program. They win races against open competition all the time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's a unique spot. But who's going to question Bob Dobbs? This is a guy who's red hot. Him and his team started a little bit cold early in the season, and they weren't really cold. They just weren't starting all that many horses. They took maybe the first 4 to 6 weeks to get them into shape, make sure they were ready to run, and it certainly paid off. They're winning now at 24%. David's Creed has won on the dirt in an off-turf event before, bet down to even money, in which they tracked nicely and kind of took the lead. They went off favored 3 straight times last season, the maiden special weight level. They've won 2 in a row. They won on both the dirt as well as the turf, and they've really shown the ability to either go to the lead if nobody wants it, or last time out, I know it was on the turf, they did swing out wide of Saval and just swooshed past them. The breeding's there as well. They're half to some very good ones, including Best of Greeley, along with Brittany's Golden Faith. So it's a unique spot for David's Creed. You got to start somewhere, but I like that they keep this one in here, and he does have a win on the dirt as well. 5-1 on the good-looking Chestnut, who's projected to be one of the longest shots on the board. But the 11 certainly moves up as well on the dirt with the surface change. It's right on, right on. The 5-time winner has 4 wins on the main track. Joe Davis takes over, and this is one who I don't want to make any sly jokes or anything, but goes to the racetrack and oftentimes goes home with somebody else because they are so popular at the claiming box. But it's good to see Joe Davis get his hands back on this 4-year-old colt by a champion American Pharoah. And that's Triple Crown champion American Pharoah. But he had this one way back when last year. Since then, Tom Amos, Chris Hartman, Lane Johnston took a crack, as did Eric Foster. But Joe Davis wanted to get this one back in his stable, and he has done just that. 5 wins from 19 starts, over 6 figures in earnings. Likes to go to the lead, likes to be a presence up front, and is somewhat of a win machine compared to many in here. 4 wins on a fast main track. Certainly upgrades this one with the surface change in here, but the betting public right now is just hammering Covert Law for Dream Big Racing. John Ortiz, the 4-year-old gelding by Tiz the Law, is getting demolished all the way down to 3-5. Now, it would not surprise me if this horse does win. Ran on opening day at Keeneland last fall back in 2025 in the slop, ran 3rd behind Jack's Promise. They ran in a racing driver over at Churchill Downs in a taxing 1 mile, 1 turn event going 1 mile over at Churchill Downs. But I'm not willing to settle for 1-2 on a horse who has never won on the dirt. 2 victories, one of them came on the turf, the other one came on the synthetic. If you want to settle for 1-2, that's up to you. But Covert Law being bet heavily at this point, but they don't pay it out based on the betting. They pay it out based on the results of the racetrack. We'll see how it shakes out. 5 minutes away from kicking off today's Itoba Pick 4.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. Let's take it off the turf. This will now be run on the main track. Muddy at 1 mile and 70 yards. 6 to start. Scratch 2 right to win. 7 passing judgment, 8 Professor Higgins. Take out the 9, Gotcha. And 10 Boss of All Bosses. The 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the non-runners for Covert Law, the jockey Joe Ramos. Rides for Covert Law in a change. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Here the start to the $1 late Pick 4, presented by Itoba. If you're just joining, all main track card. Main track remains labeled muddy. 2 minutes to post time, due in 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Here's the view from above. Loading up at 1 mile and 70 yards, Alexander Crispin with Walk On. Manny Esquivel, Magical Wish in the red. It's been a muddy track here since the opening bell. It's the 5th of 9 on an all main track card. The starters crew still working with Magical Wish. Right now, 12 to 1 odds offered on Magical Wish. Right On is the 2 to 1 favorite. Second choice to 3 to 2, Covert Law. Joe Ramos for Johnny Ortiz, 3 to 2, Covert Law. 2 to 1, Right On, and 5 to 2, Walk On. Magical Wish has been installed. Now Aguila Negro would be a double for Amir Mendoza. For City Prayers game win. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on the Monday score sheet. David's Creed loaded. Joe Ramos Covert Law. 7 to 5 on Covert Law. Covert Law coming up. Covert Law loaded and one more. Right On. Micah Meeks for Joe Davis, the son of American Pharaoh. They're all in. And they're off. Off to an even start. Magical Wish away well at 18 to 1 on that last flash. Toward the inside, there's Aguila Negra with an early bid, and Covert Law is right up with them. It's Aguila Negra with Amir Mendoza. Aguila Negra to the early lead from Covert Law in a green cap, and on the outside of Covert Law, Magical Wish, just inside 7 furlongs to run. Right On secures a ground-saving spot for Micah Meeks with Wakan in between horses, joined out deep by David's Creed. The quarter was a tick over 23 on this muddy track. It's Aguila Negra, who leads them at 28 to 1. Aguila Negra dictates terms to Covert Law, who follows for Joe Ramos. Magical Wish third on the outside as Right On now gains toward the rail. As they make this way past the half-mile pole, Wakan in the black and David's Creed racing wide still. The leader remains Aguila Negra. Takes them through a half mile in 46.87 seconds. They enter the far turn, still with Aguila Negra to track down. 3 furlongs away for the front runner. It's Aguila Negra as they round the far turn from Covert Law, who's slowly starting to bridge the gap for Joe Ramos as they come toward the quarter pole. Covert Law being asked to pick up this leader. Aguila Negra as they turn for home. Right On is drawing in now from third. With on the outside David's Creed, who's dropped back. Wakan and Magical Wish tailed off. 3/4, 1 minute 12.49 seconds at 28 to 1. Aguila Negra staring at one more furlong as Covert Law is now brought to the attack and switched out. Right On. They're coming down toward the final 16th with Joe Ramos. It's Covert Law close to home, and Covert Law holds right on to win it by a length and a half. Aguila Negra third, and then 8 lengths away, Walk On finished fourth. .142.87 on a muddy track, unofficial. 40-11-3-1 after race 5. First number 4, Covert Law at 6-5. 11, right on at 5-2 was the runner-up. 3, Aguila Negra, 28-1, led them a long way. And 1, Wakan at 9-5 gets into the frame. So there it is, 40-11-3-1. Joe Ramos picks it up for Johnny Ortiz. Dream Big Racing, son of Tiz the Law. 6-5 on Covert Law gets the verdict. The result is official. Confirmed by the judges, 40-11-3-1. Covert Law beat home right on. Aguila Negra and Wakan fourth official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, number 4, Covert Law with Joe Ramos. Covert Law is a 4-year-old big gelding by Tiz the Law. Out of the Green Desert Mare Secret Charm, Johnny Ortiz trains for John Wayne's Dream Big Racing LLC. Going over the $100,000 career earning marks today, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Covert Law. $4.11 exacta paid out $14.20. 50-cent trifecta, $43.35. 7-4 double paid $13.80. Wakan was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $14.71. Pick 3 capped off by Covert Law, $24.15. Results in on the $1 early pick 4. 4 out of 4. $98.90. 50-cent early pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout. Daily starts on the opener. 5 out of 5. Return $627.75. In our 5th of 9 on the day. And 1 of 3 taken off the turf. The 2, 7, 8, 9, and 10 were non-runners. Favorite, first. 6 ran, 142.87. 23 minutes away. Race 6 is next on the docket. In the sprint, scratch 5 Infinite Speed. Number 5 Infinite Speed has been scratched. 8 costly pass, no Lasix. No Lasix for 8 costly pass. That's a program correction. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta featured here on the dash. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:45. second faro. They're all in. And they're off. Off to an even start. Magical Wish away well at 18-1 on that last flash. Toward the inside, there's Aguila Negra with an early bid, and Covert Law is right up with them. It's Aguila Negra with Amir Mendoza. Aguila Negra to the early lead from Covert Law in a green cap, and on the outside of Covert Law, Magical Wish, just inside 7 furlongs to run. Right on secures a ground saving spot for Micah Meeks with Wakan in between horses, joined out deep by David's Creed. The quarter was a tick over 23 on this muddy track. It's Aguila Negra, who leads them at 28-1. Aguila Negra dictates terms to Covert Law, who follows for Joe Ramos. Magical Wish third on the outside as right on, now gains toward the rail. As they make this way past the half-mile pole, Wakan in the black and David's Creed racing wide still. The leader remains Aguila Negra. Takes them through a half mile in 46.87 seconds. They enter the far turn, still with Aguila Negra to track down. 3 furlongs away for the front runner. It's Aguila Negra as they round the far turn from Covert Law, who's slowly starting to bridge the gap for Joe Ramos as they come toward the quarter pole. Covert Law being asked to pick up this leader. Aguila Negra as they turn for home. Right on is drawing in now from third. With on the outside David's Creed, who's dropped back. Wakan and Magical Wish tailed off. 3/4, 1 minute 12.49 seconds at 28-1. Aguila Negra staring at one more furlong as Covert Law is now brought to the attack and switched out right on. They're coming down toward the final 16th with Joe Ramos. It's Covert Law close to home, and Covert Law holds right on to win it by a length and a half. Aguila Negra third, and then 8 lengths away, Wakan finished fourth.
12 minutes to the 6th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a Indiana sire, 3-year-old, not claiming for 15. This is 5.5, and the 5 is scratched out of here. The 6 is the favorite right now at 5-2, but I'm going to go with the 4 in here. This is kind of a question mark of a race, honestly, and I've got a couple of horses that have had about a year off here in my exacta. If that tells you what kind of race this is, I mean, the bettors don't seem to know either, because, I mean, other than the 9, it's all 10 and under. So, Reiteration, though, is who I'm going to go with on top. Ramos is aboard. He picked up some nice mounts and won the last race on the 4, so he's looking for 2 in a row. This guy is trained by Terry Phillips. He's 20% claiming ranks. This horse has been in allowances last year. Got close and had a second at 6 furlongs on May 13th last year, and then ran one more time on June 3rd, and then that was it. Had some trouble in both of the starts there, and then Terry gave this guy the rest of the year off. He's 6 years old. He looks great. He's dappled out. You can see there on his hind end. He's got really good flesh. I mean, he looks filled out wonderful. He looks 6 years old. He's matured and moving fluidly. So maybe just needed a little break, and he's back. He's got good numbers, and if he runs back to some of the form he was in before, I think he's going to be tough here. And then we'll go with the 8, 4-1, Costly Pass. Gabriel Saez comes in to ride. Gabe riding here for Juan Medina. And this is a 5-year-old gelding who last year switched barns and then took 10 months off. So this is another one. Had a long layoff. But ended the year on July 29th in a claiming for 15. Same as this. This is a non-2. And ended up second by a length after getting kind of taken out by another horse in the start. Maybe something happened in that race, I'm not sure, but he's had 10 months off, and they've put him back in where I think he's competitive. He showed it that time. Really, this horse they've tried a little bit of everything. I think, honestly, he needs to be involved early. A couple lengths off the leader's fine, but if he gets farther than that back, he just doesn't seem interested in trying to get through. I watched a few of them, and it just seems like he gets uninterested. And I'm sure the start does have something to do with it. He did show that it didn't bother him to be impeded last time, but in the past, when he has been bumped or taken out, you can tell he does not liked it. But maybe he's a sensitive man, but he is a cute chestnut, and hopefully he'll run well today for Juan Medina seen in there. The 3 that is who I'm going to round it out with at 5-1 right now. Let's talk about Covert Kid. Love my girl Micah Meeks in the irons here today for Randy Klopp. This is a switch, and I've even said to Klopp, hey, maybe, this horse, have you tried Hannah or whatever, maybe he needs a girl. That's a thing. Some horses just don't like men. You never hear of anyone saying, oh, my dog doesn't like women. Horses and dogs, they definitely have a particular person that they like. They're particular creatures. They have their own, personality. And I love that he's putting Micah on him. He might, answer to that. And I know that Klopp, believes in that because, I've talked to him about it before. So, and you know me, I'm a woman's woman. I'm always promoting my girls. He owns this one too. Randy, high percentage and everything, 20% claiming. Just to give you the stat that's particular to this race, is 3rd off the layoff. He's 3rd last out versus similar in that 15 non-2. So trying to get up to non-3. I don't know where he's going to run him after this, but put in a bullet work on June 11th after that May 13th try. So we'll see what happens. I think Covert Kid has a good shot here. And the 6 is the favorite, and I don't even have that one in here. There's so much pace in here, though. I'm just going to tell you guys. There's so much early pace. I just thought the 4 was the only one that would be patient enough and have enough hot, early pace to run at in here. I switched it up. I didn't know if by race 6 we would be fast. Tony's known for that when we don't have rain, but we did have a pop-up shower. So my game plan for this race was a little different earlier this morning, but it might pay off. So I'm going to stick with my 7-1 Reiteration to close into a very hot pace in this race. 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
Now 3 minutes to post. Now the horses stepping onto the track for the 6th race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 9. 5 Infinite Speed has been scratched. Scratch number 5 Infinite Speed. No rider changes overweights. 8 Costly Pass. No Lasix. No Lasix for the 8 Costly Pass. The State Bred Sprint features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta, featured on the Monday card. Muddy Track it remains. Double pick 3. Post time imminent. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Alexander Crispin, Count the Cash went in first. Sombeye King joins Amir Mendoza with a win on the card. Hanalehi, Gravy, like Count the Cash, both were Tracy Wisner. Loading up. Luis Contreras and Slink to post 2. Mike Meeks, Covert Kid has moved in. Now Gabriel Saez with Costly Pass to take his spot here at 5.5 furlongs. We've had a muddy track since the 2:10 opener. Costly Pass joins. Reiteration would be a double for Joe Ramos. Out comes Reiteration. Just a couple of them back. Jose Gutierrez with To Fly and Fight. Count the Cash 5-2 favorite, then one more. Practical Justice, Alberto Burgos with 20 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. They're off and sprinting. To Fly and Fight, Fast Away. Sombeye King with rail speed. Right there is Costly Pass, along with on the outside Gravy forcing the issue, and Covert Kid and the Navy also whipping up the pace. It's Sombeye King, who just leans toward the inside for Amir Mendoza. Sombeye King pressed hard by Covert on the outside. That's Costly Pass. In between horses, Gravy. To the inside, Covert Kid was sprinted back as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. On the outside, To Fly and Fight is 4th, as Costly Pass is now the overall leader. Covert Kid is back in 5th at the 2.5 as Count the Cash starts to gain on the outside along with Practical Justice. Then further back to Slink and finally Reiteration. They turn for home. It's Costly Pass the leader. The quarter was 22.44 seconds, now with a tailwind. And it's with Gabriel Saez. Costly Pass, who has a 6-length lead coming down toward the final 16th. Slink rallies up the rail. On the outside, Count the Cash is running on with Gravy between horses. Late game by Reiteration, but that's belated. It's Costly Pass, who gets the result by 5 from Slink, who edges out Count the Cash. Reiteration was 4th home. To Fly and Fight was 5th. Gravy 6th. And Practical Justice was next in 7th. $104.81. 8 Costly Pass, 9-2 first. Standing by for the full run order from the judges. Staybred Sprint feature the Pentafecta. 7-1 on Slink for second with Count the Cash third, Reiteration fourth, To Fly and Fight at 28-1, getting into the frame for the Pentafecta. Grave V was next. Practical Justice back in seventh, and Sobeya King at 2-1. Favorite ran eighth. 104.81, Gabriel Saez. Here for Juan Medina, Arlie Edwards, breeder, owner of the Son of Pass Rush. First up this year at 9-2, it's 8-2, 6-4-9 after the running of race 6. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 8 Costly Pass with Gabriel Saez. Costly Pass is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Pass Rush. Out of Costly by Mutakadim, Juan Medina trains for Indiana breeder and owner Arlie Edwards. Making his first run of the year, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Costly Pass. Comes back on top at 9-2 odds. It's official. Results in 8-2 exacta paid $93.80. 50-cent trifecta $88.85. 4-8 double paid $32.40. 10-cent superfecta $66.44. Reiteration was fourth. 50-cent pick 3 $32.45. With To Fly and Fight fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta paid $1,177.07. 8-2 6-4-9 for the 10-cent Grand High 5. That was featured on the sprint, where the 5 was a non-runner. Favorite, 8th, Sobeya King, over 30-1 morning line. Favorite 8th, 104.81 after the running of race 6. Race 7 is our next port of call on a 9-race card to start the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday cards from 2:10. Saturday, the 2nd of 6, all quarter horse mornings. Saturday off at 10:45 a.m. here in town. Race 7, maiden off the turf, 1 mile and 70 yards. Main track remains labeled muddy. Scratch 2, Shuggy. 3, Notable Patience. Take out the 10, Buckley Goldwater, and 11 all the time. Scratch 2, 3, 10, 11. We have a couple of rider changes in the maiden. 5, Mr. Landry will be ridden by Victor LeBron. On 5, Mr. Landry. 9, Wandale, Joe Ramos. As a win on the card, Joe Ramos will ride number 9, Wandale. Scratch 2, 3, 10, 11. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta, double final pick 3 of the day here. Post time will now be at 5:20. Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. They're off and sprinting. To Fly and Fight. Fast away. Sobeya King with rail speed. Right there is Costly Pass, along with on the outside Gravy forcing the issue, and Covert Kid and the Navy also whipping up the pace. It's Sobeya King, who just leans toward the inside for Amir Mendoza. Sobeya King pressed hard by Covert on the outside. That's Costly Pass. In between horses, Gravy. To the inside, Covert Kid was sprinted back as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. On the outside, To Fly and Fight is 4th, as Costly Pass is now the overall leader. Covert Kid is back in 5th at the 2.5, as Count the Cash starts to gain on the outside along with Practical Justice. Then further back to Slink and finally Reiteration. They turn for home. It's Costly Pass the leader. The quarter was 22.44 seconds, now with a tailwind. And it's with Gabriel Saez. Costly Pass, who has a 6-length lead coming down toward the final 16th. Slink rallies up the rail. On the outside, Count the Cash is running on with Gravy between horses. Late game by Reiteration, but that's belated. It's Costly Pass, who gets the result by 5 from Slink, who edges out Count the Cash. Reiteration was 4th home to Horseshoe.
Well, before we close out the Monday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, wanted to send a shout out to the winner of the 112,000 QHRAI Derby last Thursday. Wow, sensational performance by Tom Wiley's TW Streakin' Cowboy. It was pretty incredible because he was an excellent 2-year-old, actually honored as champion 2-year-old QHRAI colt gelding. So he won top honors. And then, you know, you never know if a horse that's that good as a 2-year-old will come back and be equal as a 3-year-old. And I believe he answered that question with that performance. It was really incredible. Great ride by Diego Bocanegra. Tom Wiley and his wife Tammy were thrilled. And I think the coolest part for me was Rachel's interview where she talked to Natasha Perez, who is so completely involved with her horses and loves them so much, and the tears were rolling, and she just wanted to thank Tom and everybody on her team for making it such a success. So I got a big kick out of that, and I just have a tremendous amount of respect for that whole group. So congratulations, onward and upward. All right, great job, Rachel. That was a lot of fun. So we're going to close out today's card. We've got 2-year-old maidens. That's John G. Dooley's favorite race. He just loves to call those races. Always does a phenomenal job. Purse of $18,000. We've just got a fairly compact field of just 7, and 6 of them are making their first ever career start. So it's going to be super exciting. They're going to be traveling 300 yards. Big question mark, how will they respond to the off track? We haven't seen past performances from them. And in quarter horse racing, there really aren't any stats for 2-year-old, I'm sorry, not 2-year-old, but for muddy, how they like the mud. Tomlinson figures maybe for the thoroughbred, but you just got to get out there and try. So watch these races. Let me tell you, it's early in the season. If you see a horse that just doesn't quite get it today, don't discard them next time. This experience will be very helpful. All right, let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 7, Cat's Bad Habit. One of 2 juveniles trained by Karen Yike. She's such a lovely lady, and this is a well-bred filly by Habit Secret. How many Habit Secret progeny have we seen in the winner's circle at Horseshoe Indy? Quite a few. And this filly was bred by Rick Treat. I think the big thing about her, she's going to be ridden by Jamarius O'Neill, but it's hard to ignore that 220-yard bullet work. That means fastest of 15 workers, 10.83 seconds on June 2nd. So that was the barometer for me, picking her on top over her stablemate and the rest of the field. Let's go next to number 2, and that's HF Last Kiss. For owner-trainer Natasha Perez, of course, we already spoke about her. 2 works for this gelding by Just Being Valiant out of a favorite Cartel mare. So again, I like the pedigree, and that's really all you can go with when you're talking about these first-time starters. Also, stats on the trainer, which are solid for Diego and Natasha, obviously with their 2-year-olds, but older horses as well. So I like this gelding. I think he's going to give a good account of himself. Again, the factors are the mud and just the break from the gate, which is always so essential for a good quarter horse outcome. All right, how about number 3, Kissin' Carter? Going to make the first start. This is a filly who's going to make her first start for trainer Tony Cunningham, who is just 2 wins away from his 1,000th quarter horse training victory. We're rooting for him, pulling for him, and hopefully not jinxing you, Tony. You know we wouldn't do that to you, but we're just excited about you reaching that milestone. She's sired by Carter's Cartel. She competed in a 250-yard training race. That was on April 24th, and she finished in 14.69 seconds. That's not a bad time. It's not off the charts, but again, well-bred, good connections. Tony and Danny Martinez, who's second in the standings. He's already piloted 9 winners so far this season. And I'll close out my picks with my 4th choice, and that's number 4, Blue Collar Cowboy, also trained by Karen Yike, a gelding by Top Stallion, National Stallion, Flying Cowboy 123, out of an Escondido Beach mare. So super love this pedigree. I think it's phenomenal. And they snatched leading rider Eduardo Diaz away because Tim Eggleston, who he rides first call for, does not have a horse in this particular race. So really good things to like about Blue Collar Cowboy, the breeding, and the good jockey. And of course, Karen and her husband Butch have been longtime supporters of. Indiana racing. So we always root for them to get that win. It means a lot to breeders and owners for sure. All right, 7-2-3-4 for me. Big trial week coming up. We begin with 4 trials for the Jaguar Rocket Futurity. That's happening on Thursday. And then Saturday's All Quarter Horse Day will be Trial City, Trial Marathon, where we have both. We have 13 races total, all trials. First for the Gordon Mobley Futurity and then the Heartland Futurity. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing. Remember, on those All Quarter Horse days, we get rolling at 10:45 a.m. All right, thanks for being with us today. Have a great evening.
The horses call posted now for the 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile. 300 yards, a field of 7. 1 El Chico Fuentes, Alberto Serran rides 1 El Chico Fuentes, 6 pounds over. 2 HF Last Kiss add 2 pounds to the program weight, makes it 126 corrected. 3 Kiss and Carter now 5 over. 6 Checkout Liz 897, 2 pounds over. 7 Cat's Bad Habit adds 7 extra pounds. All 7 run. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta at post time. Main track good. Tailwind. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Alberto Cerron with El Chico Fuentes. Blue collar cowboy coming up to the gate. El Chico Fuentes. Loaded. Eduardo Luna Diaz, one of the quarter four jockeys. Blue collar cowboys joined El Chico Fuentes. HF Last Kiss went in okay. Beat Strut and Blazer coming up. Kiss and Carter, Danny Martinez or Tony Cunningham. Cat's Bad Habit at 6-5. She's the final favorite. Kiss and Carter, the blue 3. Track was upgraded from muddy to good late in the day. Over the 300 yards, Francisco Quintero with Checkout Liz 897. Listener numbers are in, and one more. Jamarius O'Neal with Cat's Bad Habit. Loads at 9-5. Last of the day, 300 yards. Cat's Bad Habit, track good. Tailwind, all in. All for the Monday finale. Cat's Bad Habit, Blue Collar Cowboy, sharp away past the 220. Here comes Kiss and Carter, HF Last Kiss. In tight quarters went El Chico Fuentes. It's Kiss and Carter. Kiss and Carter narrowly close to home. Kiss and Carter, Blue Collar Cowboy, and Beat Strut and Blazer. Blanket photo finish. Then check out Liz 897 with HF Last Kiss. This is close. Blue Collar Cowboy with Kiss and Carter. Beat Strut and Blazer joined close to home. Up to the judges. Photo finish. We're standing by for the judge's verdict. Close call here in the finale. Mid and juvenile after the 300 yards. It was a good track. There was a tailwind. 3 of them hit the finish. Stand by. Five, 4, 3, 6, 2. 5, Beat Strut and Blazer, 7-1, first. 4, Blue Collar Cowboy, 7-1, just missed. Blanket photo finish. 3, Kiss and Carter, 5-2, third, close. 6, Check Out Liz, 897 at 12-1. Liz in her numbers was fourth. And the 2 HF Last Kiss at 7-2 for the quarter horse Pentafecta. Beat Strut and Blazer, got up at the finish. Christian Penaloza on this newcomer for Ron Raper. The son of Escondido Beach got up in time. Result official. A.I. Allen will be back on the program tomorrow, undoubtedly. Meet Horseshoe Indianapolis' newest handicapper. There's A.I. Allen on the infield board. And in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, it's 5 Beach Strut and Blazer with Christian Penaloza. 2-year-old Chestnut Gelding by Escondido Beach. And of Dial Strutton by Strutton to Beduino. Ron Raper trains for Dean Lehman and Thomas Wiley. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Beat, Strut, and Blazer. Got up in a 3-way finish. No final time posted for the 300 yards. It was a good track with a tailwind. And it's official. Final results in. Pentafecta, $360.64. HF Last Kiss was 5th. Pick 3, $50.90. Exacta, 106.80. Trifecta, 127.85. 10-5 late double, 48.60. 10-cent superfecta paid out $117.50. Check out Liz and her numbers was 4th, and HF Last Kiss was 5th. 15.877 seconds was the 300-yard time. Good track tailwind, 15.877 after the maiden juvenile. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track. Cheers to all who tuned in. Many, many subscribers to our YouTube channel on Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Check us out on socials. Live racing resumes this week with Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards from 2:10. Saturday, it's a trial-laden all-quarter horse card. Saturday kickoff at 10:45 a.m. this weekend. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. On for the Monday finale. Cat's Bad Habit, Blue Collar Cowboy, sharp away past the 220. Here comes Kissin' Carter, HF Last Kiss. In tight quarters went El Chico Fuentes. It's Kissin' Carter. Kissin' Carter narrowly close to home. Kissin' Carter, Blue Collar Cowboy, and Beat Strut and Blazer. Blanket photo finish. Then on for the Monday finale.